Hello. Welcome to the stream. Been a few days. We had the weekend off. We had a public holiday on Monday, so I didn't feel like it. Tuesday, just lazy. Why is my webcam so bright? Stop. Like the sun on my face. But there is no sun. But anyway, we back after 4 days off streaming. Get some more prog and get the hunter closer to being finished. See about maybe getting 55 today. It's a long way. So who knows if it will happen. The longer the levels, the harder they become, right? Because, like, you don't want to. Forget to send that to the rogue before I logged off, I guess.
Need help? Safe travels.
Alright, what do we got? We were obviously doing some things in Fairwood. That was last stream. Yeah, a little bit more of that. Ajara, and I think I said at the end of Friday that I was gonna go to Burning Steps to get the few things there done. So that's probably where we'll start. We'll start in Burning Steps. And then go back to Fairwood. Yeah, why not? Gotta go to Reed Ridge. I should probably go and train as well, huh? So maybe we'll just stop in Ironforge first. Thing that you gotta remember, whenever you log in, after not playing, for a few days at least, maybe a few months in the Medley's case. Gotta try and think back to where you were, what you were doing. It's like the hardest part of this challenge, honestly. But I think we got it. But yeah, the goal for today then would be blast Burning Steps, get back to Fairwood, do everything we can there, including the satyrs, deadwood, because we're a hunter, we can do it. We will make our way back to Ungro, but I don't know if it's to do Uchar. We will see. And then probably Ajara after that. Hopefully all of that will get us to 55. And then we head into the Western Plaguelands at 55. Probably get to 56 there. That would be good. Where did that crier go? I saw him. Come back here, crier. Or I'll make you cry.
What can I do for you? Off with you. How are ya? Safe travels.
Grab those quests, gotta grab this one. Taking back Silithus would also be pretty good, because that's like 3,000 experience just to go to Silithus. Which I guess if we're on the way to Ungro at some point, we can go do that.
Great to meet you. Off with you.
Had a pretty chill weekend actually. I didn't even play much Warhammer Online. I got to level 40 on, I don't know if it was Saturday or Friday night, but I did get to 40. Got to 60 renown, so it is officially the furthest I've ever been now. 58 renown before.
I am honored. Go in peace.
But other than that, didn't do too much. Played a lot of Windrose. Because my friend and I bought pirate game. Oh, there's orphans out. Oh dear. Not the orphans. Pretty fun. I've probably already spent 12 hours in that game.
What can I get for you today?
So, must be pretty good. Right, here's our bullets.
Soon.
Gonna go to the bank, throw things in there. We're not gonna worry about doing our level work into 280 until like 56,
Talk to me.
probably. I want to make sure I have all the cloth I need and all that. I think I just need 4 of earth now for elemental level working. I'm still not 100% that I care about it, but it's good to only need 1 item. Training. Where is the hunter trainer? That's the question.
How are you?
Actually, I know where the hunter trainer is. It's where the warrior trainer is. Talked to the guard and then my memory sparked. So, okay, well, don't need to talk to you anymore. Thank you for your time. How it goes sometimes. I don't know why my webcam wants to be like so bloomed out. Bloomed out of its mind.
Great to meet you.
Mind Pete. Multi-shot. Might as well take arcane shot as well. That should be all we need.
See you soon.
I think the Pete trainer has some new stuff
How
at
are ya?
54. Yep. Rest is 60. Okay. Pigment Pete. More arcane shot. Bigger multi-shot. Actually, there's something else. There's a talent that I have not leveled
What's
up
on your
yet.
mind?
Aimed shot.
What's
All the
your
way
mind?
to level 5. Still don't know if we'll actually use it, because it is a 3-second cast, but hey, if we're fighting like an elite or something strong, yeah, why not, you know? Throw an aim shot at it, throw a grim at it, and then feign death. So it is pretty big damage now, 460 increase.
Great to meet you.
I think we could be aim shot him for like
Safe.
800 or so on a good roll. That would be non-crit. But at least 700. So 1,000 crit should be doable. I remember back when I was playing Hunter and Vanilla, I regularly, after I got my, I think it was tier 1, it might have been a bit of tier 2 in there as well, and my, probably wasn't crossfire smiting at that point, so it would have been Rock Delar, Lock and Rock Delar, And I would regularly crit like 1337 on warriors. Aim shot. They got big armor. So whenever I aim shot a warrior, I'm like, come on, 1337. And it pretty regularly happened. I felt pretty elite back then, you know? There's a hunter with mange claw. The bear that you gotta kill in Dunmoreau when you're leaving. I had Grim longer than that. I've had Grim probably like halfway through Dunmoreau. Obviously I had to hit level 10 first, but that hunter is also level 54 though, so if he tamed Mange Claw when he first could, which you probably have to because you have to have the quest for him to like come down. I guess he should just respawn though, maybe. I don't know how that mob works completely because it's kind of weird, you know? It's like a mob that sometimes doesn't exist. Jumps out of the bushes. So if he tamed him when he first could, then he's had the beer longer than I have because he is 5 levels higher, which means probably got a bit more time played, unless he doesn't fuck around. Definitely one thing I do is fuck around. We should be able to beat Fran's time to 55 though, on Rugen. So we got 4.5 hours to get to 55. Should be doable. Maybe not today, but should be doable. I think if we focus though, honestly, we could hit 55 today. We have full rested. Speaking of rockin' Loch Delar. Oh, I saw on the hardcore clips recently there was a hunter doing the demon in Burning Steeps. And he had him so low. But he just started playing like shit right at the end. Like he wanted to die, you know? All you gotta do on that fight really is cycle between Wing Clip and Scorpid Sting, I'm pretty sure. To like reduce the enrage. But yeah. It seemed like he really didn't want to keep his hunter alive with that gameplay. To be fair though, when people get stressed or they're like about to die or something in hardcore, they do just lose their mind sometimes. The mind goes blank, the stress starts happening, you start to panic and then you're dead. It's hardcore. It is pretty hardcore, actually. Make another evergreen pin. Another free marrow grain, please. Unlucky. That man had a turtle. From Turtle WoW. Also, FanFest for Final Fantasy XIV was this weekend. And there's a lot of interesting things that they put in there. New trailer for, well, teaser trailer for the next expansion, which is whatever. We wait for the real trailer, you know. But it sounds like they're getting rid of tombstones, which is pretty good because then it means there's less that you have to do. And that's good for a casual like me who is thinking about going back and playing with some friends. There's a new, I guess, action scheme, which I guess they're trialing next expansion. That'll be interesting. But it sounds like there's also another difficulty between like normal and savage, which is also interesting. So I'm definitely interested somewhat. We'll see what happens. Like if I can somehow convince 6 or maybe 7 of my friends go back, do some raiding there, have some fun with a better raid team of people that enjoy games rather than try hard in them. I mean, we're going to try hard when we get there, but we want to enjoy more than try hard, you know? That's how I play video games. Then I think it would be pretty fun to do.
You got my attention.
What's on your mind?
With
Keep your
this.
feet on the ground.
Not gonna do the other
Be good.
things. We will take Dragonkin Menace.
Peace be with you.
We may not do it
Hello.
ever. We'll see. It's doable though on the Hunter, sure. Doable on a lot of characters, I think. But you know, still got to kill a Black Drake. It's all level 52 elite dragons. But I feel like these mobs are actually harder. The Dragon Spawn, maybe the Dragonkin, whichever one, Wormkin, whichever one of those is the melee. I feel like that's going to be a harder task than Drake on the hunt. Warrior here is killing all the ogres. There's a lot of Fury Warriors lately. I think like someone started a movement, you know? Fury Warriors have been rising up. Interesting, because over a year ago when I started this challenge, it was Arms Warriors, obviously. Arms Warriors are still better in my opinion. Always will be. Even in like retail WoW, I prefer to play Arms over Fury. Big two-hander? Like sure, Fury can have 2 big two-handers in retail, but still not as cool. You need 2 weapons to do the damage that I need with 1. What did I do with 1? Ha. But I've seen a lot of Fury Warriors leveling over the last month. I came back to WoW and suddenly it's Fury Warriors all the way down.
Welcome, friend.
Maybe they're doing it because it's more of a challenge. Let's be real. Arms Warrior, as long as you play safe, is pretty chill.
If you
Like, I have Whirlwind Axe on my warrior still. At level 54. And we're doing just fine. Can get Core of Earth from these guys, but like I said, I don't know if I really care. Did I pick up the tablet quest? I did not. I did that again. Because it's hidden under so many other quests. Completely forgot. What I did last time. Because it's this guy that has it. And he's in the tent. And I don't see him.
Time is money, friend. Hurry back. Yo.
Like he's hidden, you know? Behind a pole, he's in the tent. Stealth. At least on the hunter, this quest is pretty easy. I can just send Grim in and apply the debuff. We also have a stun if needed, but shouldn't really be needed. Guess I'll skin it too. I didn't want to, but you know, skin gets in the way. That sounds dark. The skin gets in the way. What do you mean, sir? You're immune to poison. That's surprising. These honestly might be one of the hardest mobs to fight on the hunter. Huge armor. We do physical damage. And our only magic damage is 145 arcane damage. It's dog shit. It's taking a while, this mob. 50 DPs. Plus we keep missing. Which isn't great. Not to mention Grim's still level 51. Which also isn't great. Hopefully Grim can at least get to like 53 before we hit 55. That would be nice. Wow. Turn on the pressure. Well, we're doing 30 DPS more. On this mob at least. Maybe we need better bullets. Just need to find like a nice epic bow. Like, sure, I'd prefer a gun, yeah, because we're a dwarf, but my bow skill isn't that low, at least. Do find a bow. Whoa. Why are you coming over here? Sir? Sir, why are you coming directly towards me? Holy fuck. Why'd they have so many fresh? Man just came over and hit me 5 times. Oh. It hurt. Jeez. This guy had 5 stacks of fresh ready. And he just came over. He walked directly over to me. It was like a heat-seeking missile, slowly walking towards me. And then hit me like a fucking freight train. That was insane. See what I mean about fresh mobs? I've said it many a time. Sometimes fresh mobs just come over and fuck you up. Because depending on how many people run past them and aggro them without getting hit, they can just have more and more damage stack up. Like that mob could have had 10 stacks, would have just immediately done like 1500 damage to me. Then it would have been like actually scary moment. That's why I don't fuck around with fresh mobs, you know? At any moment we could pull one and it might just do like 4000 damage. One fresh mob stacked up is the end of the hardcore medley. Like it could kill all 7 characters, I'm gonna be honest. That's how crazy fresh can get. Move away from us. You know, I never actually used a like auto shot bar back in vanilla WoW. They did exist in limited forms, but never used one. Never cared. I could have been so much better at the game. Miss. And so I might need to the healing potion. My feign death resisted. Okay, but ow. Either my feign death resisted or the gouge resets free to 0. Either way. These quests are not being as easy as I thought they would be on the hunt. But at least the drakes will be chill. I don't know about the ogres. Depends. Depends on how much cave dwelling I have to do, because you know, cave dwelling on the hunter is not the easiest thing. You gotta get into those tight cave spaces. leave this place. A lone dark iron dwarf is surrounded by 7 corpses. Snow White? Snow White and the 7 corpse. That's fucked up. No grim. Here you can go. Didn't want to fight him there. There's a robot. $25 months, Mr. Chris. Thank you. Thank you once again for your prime. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day. Alright, we're gonna fight one more War Reaver. Hopefully. Nice, we did get the stun off. Good, good. Mob's so hard. No damage. But at least we're critting. Alright, enjoy retail. Hopefully you get some loot. Or whatever you're doing. Thankfully, I'm almost done with playing Classic. Gotta do a few more levels. 4 on this character, 5 on the next, and then 7, and we're at level 60. Then I don't know what I will do. Probably try to get more to 60, but maybe that's enough. Where I am with World of Warcraft right now is like, I've played 20 years of this game. It's a good time to stop.
Talk to me. Keep it real. What's up? Glad I could help. Right back.
That is done. Easy XP. Feed the beer. See, Grim will eat everything, right? He'll eat the steak, the raptor, the cherry pie. He'll probably even eat my juice if I wanted him to. The serpent, the wind serpent, would eat one pie, but then not another pie. Because it only eats vegetarian pies or whatever, I don't know. But it was so annoying to try and feed. Is there any giant fella walk around? Any big red giant fella? Kinda wanna kill some of these ogre mages. Get rid of this ogre first. Drop to the floor. It's Rugen. Drop it to the floor. It's Rugen. We could make a rap out of that. Oh, my Fang Diff is down. Good. Gone. My aim shot him for that. Yeah, 500. At least now we have like an ability that actually does some damage on the hunter. Like sure, it's a 3-second cast and costs 200 of our mana that we don't need to spend for a hunter. But, you know, if we wanted to, we could like open with an aim shot, blast tons of damage, do a feign diff, no free. If we get a crit, 800 or so damage. So we at least now have the option of doing damage. Because generally on the hunter we've been just sort of doing AFK DPS. Warrior is still here. I wonder if he's just grinding. Maybe he's actually doing the quest, but might also just be grinding. 8 out of 10 marrow green, 2 more. Hopefully I can get it by the time I'm heading back down to Ungaro. That would be pretty nice. So I'm guessing that warrior would have cleared over this side. That's why I think he might be grinding, because generally, Jesus, 14. Generally, you clear over both sides and you're done. Big scary Volchan, give me a fright. Jump scare chain. Jump scare chain. Ooh. Jesus. Give me. Like someone's also killing the whelps. To be fair though, we haven't even seen a whelp here the whole day. Like, you know, that black drake, and that's all we've seen here. Volchan and black drake. There's no other mobs. The 2 worst mobs on the field. Bring a sword. For anyone that played Destiny, they will understand. I guess there's a scorpion. One scorpion. Thorium. As everyone should know, we see lots of thorium when I'm not able to mob. It's just the way it goes. Just the way it is. Some things will never change. That's just the way it is. Oh yeah. Really, Grim? You just do no fret now. Like, maybe I need a rash Ephes for these last levels. Grim's fret is basically non-existent at this point. To be fair though, I think these brutes do have a free drop. That could be part of the reason. Like that bash there. A lot of mobs in the burning steppes that do some special shit. Also, speaking of hardcore clips, I saw a person loot 2 Staffs of Jordan on those videos. Like, within minutes of each other, and I'm like, why can't I just loot 1 epic? You know, a nice little Crow Blade, something. Blizzard's willing to give that person 2 Staffs of Jordans within minutes, and I can't even loot an epic. Pretty fucked up. I could get a Crow Blade from these mobs. They are high enough level. So maybe we should do that. Make the rogue's journey even more fun for the end. It'd be a good time having a Crow Blade at the end of the rogue's journey. Like, Phantom Blade is cool. Don't get me wrong. Sheath's on your back, it gives you a debuff for armor, which makes you do more damage, but Crow Blade? An epic item with 1% crit? I would prefer that. But we've got this character and friend before on the rogue, so, you know, still time. It is running out, but there is still time. It's still kind of crazy to me when I think back. But when I think back to like when I first started playing this game in my very first hunter, and I did actually loot a Crow Blade. And I equipped it because, you know, epic equals use. Back in those days, it was like, I got a purple, I'm going to put it on. I don't care if it's worth thousands of gold. Like, I'm pretty sure a Crow Blade now is, at least at the start of like a server, is worth at least 1,000 gold. Not 100% sure. I have not looked at the auction house for a very long time in Classic. Since probably, what, Season of Discovery? That's not really the same thing, is it? Coming right for me. Perfect. But the fact that I looted one on my very first character and equipped it, it probably still has it equipped to this day. I don't know if, because I think my brother played that character because it was still on my father's account. So I think it might have a different name. I might have to look, but I don't even know if the armory would show it because I doubt that character's been logged into years. But I never moved that character to my own account. because it was not my main at the time. I was like, I'm just gonna move this one character. It already cost $40 or whatever it was back then. More now. Just like everything else. But it is interesting to think about. I had a Crow Blade and a Life Stone equipped to that character. Both pretty useless items on a hunter. I mean, I still got 1% crit, yeah? But the rest of it, like, stam, strength, and the Life Stone's just like health regen. With a little heal for like 500 or whatever if you click on it. You lit me on fire. How dare. Hero wing path. Not as scary as Tira run. Still pretty scary though. There's dragons and shit. I don't know what I prefer, dragons or dinosaurs. I guess you can have more of a conversation out of what's your third favorite dinosaur than what's your third favorite dragon. You know, unless you personally know all the dragons' names. Deathwing. Everyone's favorite dragon is probably Alexstrasza because, well, she's half naked. We are simple creatures. We see half-naked elf dragon. We're like, yes, that's my favorite. I don't know if Alexstrasza is my favorite dragon though. I like the green dragons. But I mean, Ysera is kind of like Alexstrasza in a way, you know, she's also kind of half naked. So I guess you win either way. Either way, it's a win. We're gonna need a lot of mages. If that warrior is out here farming rather than doing the quest, it might be a bit harder to get this quest done than it usually is. But we've also got to find those whelps. They've currently only done one. Love when they come over and smack me. Oh, stop that. Make some seed. 2 marrow grain, please. As long as I get the 2 marrow grain within the 5 casts that I have left, like, we can get more soil. And we're gonna need it. We've got 11 soil, we've got 5 seeds, so it's perfect right now. If we somehow don't get it though, yeah, we're gonna have to go get more soil. And that would be annoying. So hopefully I don't have to be annoyed. I would prefer not to. I sat down to drink, and it took too long, so I stood up. Maybe I should go and buy the beast water on Rugen now, because it takes too long. Where are the whelps out here? Like, is someone just farming them? Or do they just not exist today? Weird. The whelps are gone. It's like a hexagon, but it's a whelpsagon. Like a dad joke. It's funny, okay. If I was 5 years old, I would find it funny. For sure. Nice, another healing potion. Sadly, these guys are not ogre mages. They can respawn as ogre mages. But they are not ogre mages right now, so we'll go up and see if those ones up there are, but Volchan will be hitting back around here not later, soon-ish. Also, last week I was saying how I hadn't heard from my grandmother for a while. Been offline for like 10 days. Apparently her phone credit or whatever isn't working correctly and she ran out of it. But she was also sick, so I called her on Saturday and asked how she was going, what was going on. Apparently she was in bed all week. She had to go to the hospital. They thought she had a heart attack. She didn't have a heart attack, but they thought she did. But she is level 85 in real life, you know. So it's not that surprising that old age problems would be happening. We had a chat for like half an hour on Saturday, and then she was like, I'm gonna go have a nap. And I said, okay, you go have a nap. She also said, I might do the vacuum, and I'm like, don't do the vacuum, and it can wait. It's not like it's gonna go anywhere. If you don't vacuum up the mess, it's not gonna go anywhere. You can do it later. Thought there was a person down there. Did the stun? I know these guys have good resistance, but like, this is a physical attack. Surely the high resistance doesn't help with physical attacks. Nice, we got some ogre mages. Very good. We Hercules 3 will be one away. Good. And we just need to find some whelps. It is currently an issue for some reason. Usually, not an issue. Brim is less than 10k from leveling. He doesn't get rested experience. Huh? Probably only getting like 280-ish experience per mob. A little bit more than what I would be during the level. I can't imagine not having rested it. Not the add-on. Why would I even need that? I don't need an add-on guide telling me what to do every moment of every level. That's crazy. Whoa. Just hit for 6-7. I don't know why, but you know, I've been watching a lot of Grubby recently coaching some like League players and just Hera from AoE 2. Stuff like that, just to do a Warcraft 3 tournament. I didn't think he'd get into the whole 6-7 thing, but man, he's just been blasting it everywhere. Maybe he's got brain rot from having to deal with brain rotted coaching. He's having to coach people who are brain rotted, so he's just been absorbing it. Poor Grubby. But yeah, I've been watching him coach Dante's and kind of funny. When Dante's is like, yeah, but it's because I'm retarded, and Grubby's just like, yeah. Like, no argument, just, yep. I agree. Respectfully, I agree. I gotta get back into Warcraft 3 at some point. I would like to maybe not get as good as I was 20-ish years ago when I played. It's been a while. I don't even remember the last time. But I'd like to get good enough where I can, you know, go and do some 1v1s and not just get my ass beat. Don't forget to put up the thing. I do like Warcraft 3. Fun RTS. It's the only RTS I actually like playing online. Because Age of Empires is like a cool, casual, single-player experience. I never really liked playing Age of Empires online because people just do fucking crazy shit. I remember I felt like I was pretty good at Age of Empires when I first started playing it, right? So I went online to look for some players to do battle with. And I was like, yeah, I'm pretty good at this game. And the guy that I played, I think he might have been hacking even. Owned the entire map before I even like made it out of the first age. But after that game, he did say, you are pretty good. So I think he was cheating. But also, people always wanted to play on like very fast speed in Age of Empires, and I always wanted to play on like, you know, normal speed. But I think very fast speed was the call sign for the hackers, I'm gonna be honest, back in the old days. The hack wouldn't work on normal because then it'd be easy to figure out. But yeah, that was my first experience online on Age of Empires. Was I'm pretty good. I go fight this guy and he owns the entire map before I even move out of my base. Like, yep, that is... I'm not that good. I'm not a fucking Warcraft 3 champion or Age of Empires champion, I guess. But it is pretty funny watching, like, Grubby teach Hera how to play, and, you know, if I watched Grubby learn Age of Empires, which I didn't even know he was playing in the first place, so I wasn't keeping up with his other stuff. Watching Hera coach Grubby, in that case, because I understand both languages, because I played both games, and I have watched, like, tournaments of both games. Doing pretty good. Like, it's pretty good content. I was an RTS enjoyer back in the day. I don't think I'm an RTS enjoyer as much these days because I'm quite old. You know, my ability to play video games has diminished. I can only play boomer games from 20 years ago, which I guess is Warcraft 3. But we'll wait around here for some whelps to respawn. Kill the wolf. But I kind of prefer like turn-based grain strategy now to RTS. Like, you know, Total War, something like that. Speaking of Total War / Warhammer, someone made a mod for video game Banner Lords, whatever yada 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 Banner Lords 2. And it's like a Warhammer mod. Pretty cool. That game costs $70, so I already spent $40 on a game this week. That's enough. Still got to save up some money for school, you know. I'm still spending $4,300 on that in the near future. As soon as they send me that invoice, it's minus $4,300. Plus scorpions. Don't really want to deal with the scorpions though. Go sell. Yeah. I'm being strategic with my money spending, obviously. I don't want to be spending
See you soon.
too much when I have to save. Well,
What can I do for
have
you?
to spend, I guess. $4,300. Not much saving to be done.
See you around.
It's just the spending of it that makes me like. And that's only this year. And it's not even for the bachelors. That's gonna be like 10 grand 3 years. Every year. Probably get student loans for that one, just to, you know, up credit score, whatever. Pay back the student loans within a year of working as a nurse, done. Done, GG. Where's that Drake? Don't want him to punch me in the face. Was it Drake that punched in the face? I don't remember. Famous people, man, they be doing some shit. They be on that crazy time, those famous people. Their brains were brain rotted before brain rot even existed. All the cocaine, I'm guessing. Also released a video yesterday. It was meant to come out last week, but I keep getting distracted by, you know, Warhammer Online with the boys or other things. I almost forgot yesterday because I was playing Windrose with a friend. But then I was like sitting there and I'm like, you know, it's 6:30. Usually I put out videos at 6. But 6:30 is good enough. Otherwise I have to wait until today. Which would have been tomorrow yesterday. So I put it out. I released it. We can officially, I thought that Drake was turning around for us. We can officially say that YouTube is now at least into the final leg of the Medley. Obviously we've already finished the mage. What's the first character in this league? But there's no YouTube video for that yet. Now, I have not even started editing it yet. I need the mood to strike me. It does get quite hard to edit YouTube videos when you're kind of... Like, I'm not fully burnt out on WoW because I had a little break. But when you're kind of burnt out on it, you know, it's like... It's hard to edit. Because you're basically just watching yourself play World of Warcraft, which you've already done. So it's not very helpful. But let's say I finish the Medley off and then only have editing to do and I'm not playing WoW anymore because the Medley's done. Then it's chill, you know. I think currently the plan is to obviously do a video for the character that hits 60, which is currently looking like it's going to be Lena. Hopefully. Hopefully that remains the case, because he is favourite. Means I can get an epic mount even faster if possible. And then probably just slowly level the other ones to 60, but not make like a video for each of their hidden level 60. Probably just make one video for like the end of their journey, either hidden 60 or dying on the way there, you know? Put everything in. Bro, everything. That's the current plan. I'm not sure if that is how it will end up. We shall see. I don't think the broodling aggroes with. Brood. Resisted. Oh, I resisted the fireball. He resisted the stun, I resisted the fireball. Get fucked. Gotta suck for you, Mr. Wow. Bunch of whelps. We're done with the quest. Let's grab our 2 marrow grain. One. We got 3 more chances for 1 marrow grain. Will the game fuck us? We got 33% chance. All we need is 1. It's the easiest of the marrow grain to get. You know, we're not looking for 5. We're not looking for 3. We're not even looking for 2. We just need 1. Warrior carving through these ogres again. I think Volchan will be up here right as we're coming in, so. I'll be on the lookout for him. Don't wanna get stepped on. Not even a good time to get stepped on. Unless... Unless... Yoshi PC one day, step on me please. I always love when Yoshi P, like, obviously he's Japanese, he speaks Japanese a lot, right? But I love when he pulls out the English to say something, because it's always so funny.
Hey, how you doing?
He always says the most degenerate shit in English, so everyone can understand it. Like, I will save my degeneracy for the English portion of the stream. He's much funnier than 2D Grapes. I don't even know why 2D Grapes was even like a meme, because it wasn't that fun. But the Final Fantasy community are also pretty unfunny. There it is. But so are the WoW community. There's Volchan. I knew he'd be around somewhere soon, but now we're gonna have to wait for his ass. Hurry up, Volchan. I got places to be. If I was Horde, you know, I'd just fly out of here, but I've gotta go all the way down to the flight path. So we're gonna head back to Foulwood now. Quest to hand in. Finish Foulwood and then fly down to Tanaris. And then Unguro and Silithus and Feralis, hopefully. If we get one more Marrow Green. Then we'll fly back up to Azara and do a Azara quest. Including the hunting. The Volchan. You are so slow. Unless I get close, then you're a pro. That warrior definitely is just grinding these ogres. Maybe trying to farm for an epic item. But I did manage to get the quest done, so. Also gotta go to Winter Spring, yeah. Sorry, it's been an hour 20. Head to you. It's like mandatory. One of the guys that I've been playing Warhammer with, Tommy, the guy that runs the warbands, he did a 24-hour stream the other day. And I'm just sitting there thinking, this guy crazy, did 24 hours? I can only stay awake for like 5.
Supply only the finest goods. See you later.
But I did do a little bit of content with him when he played Warhammer at Oceanic Times. Pretty fun.
Safe travels.
Back up to Manifold. There was so many people on I think it was Saturday. Maybe Sunday, I can't remember. I'm gonna be honest, might have been Sunday. I wasn't even doing the 24-hour, but there were so many people on at like 10 PM my time, and I was like, dang. Usually there's like, you know, one guy. Just one guy. That was pretty cool. And then we took a fort and I got first in the loot roll. And it has Invader Shoulders in that bag, so I will take that because I do not need Triumphant Shoulders. And they are same tier, so I go straight to solve once I get... I think I only need 2 pieces. Hoping for them from Invader pieces. So I can spend less. But a lot of people in that group, I guess, played a lot of Warhammer right before I joined them because a lot of them are taking breaks playing other video games, which is fine. I'm pretty new to Warhammer Online still. You know, I've got like maybe 12 days played overall on all my characters, which is nothing. Some of these characters have half of that time. I've got 3 times the time on the hardcore medley. But I did also just reach level 40 and I want to play with them, but yeah. They're all, you know, playing other games, taking breaks, whatever. Means there's not as much opportunity to do that, sadly. But I'm sure they will all jump back in when... You know, I actually had to go to Ironfall. I can't stop the flight now, we're going to Menafall. That's okay. We can hand in that quest. We'll hand it in when we go to, like, Western Plaguelands, which will be after Ajara. But I was thinking earlier, if they ever do, like, some earlier Warhammer streaming, like, let's say 11 in the morning my time, an hour and a half ago, I think I would stream Warhammer on that day. But we will see. We will see what happens. But we were helping someone go through Gunbed as well, you know. Helping myself go through Gunbed too, because it was only the second run. But we were helping someone go through Gunbed. And it was so much better to do with DPS geared people, rather than like a level 36 DPS myself at level 36 healer and a level 34 tank. Like, that was way hard. I feel like they need to kind of retune that dungeon and make it all level 32s like it's meant to be. Because there's no way like a group of level 32s can actually do that dungeon. The bosses are all level 40. Yeah, level 34 tank got like 2 shot. We had to get a big boy tank. So we were like 1 DPS running on our first run. Took a while. Probably not the longest gunbad, but definitely in the competition for the longest gunbad. I think it was about an hour, maybe an hour and a half even. But the one I did on Sunday was like, you know, 30 minutes, maybe not even. One guy in his mid-30s. Crazy. Crazy difference. The PvE in that game does remind me a lot of like classic WoW's PvP or PvE, like, you know, Blackrock Depths kind of feels the same as some of the dungeons in that game. They're just, you gotta go everywhere. There's bosses all over the place. You gotta go down this hallway to get to that boss and then turn around, go to another one. Like, you would get lost if you didn't know where to go. Which is kind of cool, because I like getting lost in content. That's why I wanted to play it with my friends, blind, run all the dungeons, and just, you know, figure it out. Sadly, my friends stopped playing, so I didn't have that opportunity, but hey. It is what it is. I think by the time we get back to Foulwood, we should be about 100,000 experience from leveling. Because we have the 6k quest that we didn't hand in, and then we got some quests to hand in when we go to Foulwood. We're going to be blasting some quests, obviously. Good amount of stuff. I mean, we've got to go back to Feather Moon anyway, so hopefully I can get the last of those. Should I go to Winter Spring? And then just fly? Huh. I was thinking, I didn't even remember that I can jump off the boat, but what it is. Everyone else is running as well. Might as well join them. Yo, slow down. Going 100 and a 60. I do miss being low level in this video game. Like, we've been high level for a while now. But I kind of miss being like level 20 to 30. I would say World of Warcraft starts getting good at like 45 plus, right? But the 20s and the 30s have some of the best content because they're like more fleshed out. They had more time to develop. So I do miss doing stuff like Duskwood and Ashenvale, that sort of stuff. But it has been some while. Death tarnishes Piff's soul. It seemed like with a name like that, he didn't really care if he died. I guess. Death tarnishes Mikhail's soul. 2 people just died? Maybe they died doing Deep Ocean Vast Sea. Because it was pretty close to that area. I'm not close enough to the frickin' giant robot up here yet to see deeps. But that guy do be killing people. The fact that they put a level 20 elite mechanical, very important, that mechanical mob in like the second leveling zone is insane. Because level 20 is already the top of the leveling curve in the zone, right? Maybe you got some level 21 and 22 mobs here and there. But level 20 is like the zone's top, basically, of quests. And then you add elite to it, which makes it like the end boss of the zone. And then you make it mechanical, so it's immune to bleed, maybe immune to slows. I'm not sure if that one is, but some of them are. But blades are like a big source of damage at level 20, if you've got them. Like a warrior's rend is actually really good damage at level 20. Can't bleed a robot. I remember my friend played some hardcore WoW. Like, he plays a lot of retail and he played Final Fantasy with us when we were doing that. But his he was leveling a rogue, I think. Maybe, I don't remember entirely. But he said, "Oh yeah, poisons and bleeds don't work on robots." Found that out today in Westfall. Like, yep, that is true. Are you alive? No. Well, that's how it goes, you know. You learn something though. See, as someone who, like, if I never played vanilla WoW and then never played classic WoW and I came and played hardcore and that was my first experience in classic, it would have been so fun because there's so much learning to do. I find it the same when I'm playing Warhammer Online against, like, the best order guild. Now, I don't know if they're the best order guild overall, but they're the best order guild that plays when I play. And they do some shady business to try and be successful and win, you know? But I learned so much from fighting them. Learn better positioning, learn better, like, ability usage, all that stuff, which makes me become a better player. I think I would have that same result if I had never played classic or vanilla and hardcore was my first version of the game. Because I guess when you're doing harder content, I'm not saying hardcore is harder than vanilla, but it is. You have to not die. It's the same difficulty level, but it is harder. When you're doing harder content, you learn better, right? It's like when you go from doing extremes in Final Fantasy XIV to Savage, and then suddenly you're thrown into the deep end of mechanics coming at you faster than they ever have. Go to that quest. We are going there.
Hey, how you doing?
Make our last Marrow, hopefully. I do prefer to fight against harder challenges when it comes to learning a video game. I was saying this to the guys when I was playing Warhammer with them last week sometime. We were having a battle against Empire, which is the order guild in question. And, you know, they were smashing us, but we were killing them and doing better. We did wipe them a few times. But we persevered, and in the end, they all logged off, you know. But we had to sit through a lot of defeats to get there. Because they're just better players. They've been playing for, like, you know, 10 years or whatever, and they're full best gear. And I was not even level 40. But I was saying, I'm starting to find them less scary than I was when I first fought them. Because I'm figuring out their tactics a bit more. Like, you know, they got an engineer that always runs in front and stuns everybody. So now I hang back and I don't get stunned. Because you learn the tactics. If it's always the same every time, and it has been, it's not like they change their tactics, they're kind of formulaic in that way. Empire, fighting against them is like fighting against a PvE boss.
What's on your mind?
They always do the same things.
See you soon.
So it's actually taught me a lot. Kind of sad actually when I think about it that way. I'm like, they're always doing the same thing, so you just don't do the thing that leads into that same thing, and then their whole strategy crumbles. Alright, let's go up to the top of not Windspring, Bellwood. I got 1 seed packet left. If I don't get it, I need more soil and more seed packets. So it's pretty bad. But, you know, when I started fighting against them also, like, because I was much lower level and not spamming D-taunts on the right people, I would get destroyed in like 2 seconds. But now I can stand beside their big DPS, like right in their face, and just like out heal it. And it feels like they're tickling me. Like, yeah, I'm feeling better. Feeling more confident. They're way less scary.
Hello. Farewell.
Sadly, though, while we were being defeated a lot of that day, the PvP devolves into like chat PvP. People on your side just like fight against themselves to demoralize. It's the weird behavior thing in that game. They go on about feeding, but you know, it's not like you're feeding them anything. They're already full BIS. They don't need the renown to get better. Feeding kills doesn't matter in a video game where they don't need anything. But people do get demoralized when, you know, losing in PvP. I don't really care if I'm losing in PvP as long as I'm having fun. And losing to really good players while also learning is pretty fun. Like, I can tell when other people get demoralized. Like, our warband leader that day was getting demoralized, but I could hear it. But we persevered through it. And we, in the end, we took a keep. I think we took a fort that day. Another keep on top. So we managed it. We got through it. Perseverance can go a long way. Win the night. Right. Grim is almost 52. I was going to say 32. That would be... Ooh, not doing so great. Can we get this? No. I think we need 5 more points. It's okay. Pretty tanky. We'll go pick up the Deadwood quest and see if there's many people there. I think we'll do the Deadwood and then we'll head down to the Satyrs and we'll go hand and everything. And we've got to head up here and do more Satyrs. Other stuff like the escort, stuff like that. Hopefully there's no rogues that can gank us. To be fair on the hunter while doing that quest, we've already got 2 units on the aggro table, so it doesn't even have to be a rogue, it could be anything. But like I said, if I ever get ganked on that quest, it is content for the YouTube videos, and I will only be doing it that one time. We did do the quest on Baumer. But if any gang can happen, I'm never doing that quest again. Like, that's it, you know. I remember when I first got to Foulwood on these characters, someone called like, what was the server's name? Server name Serial Killer followed me on Twitch. And I was like, it's not good. Thankfully, I've been leveling so slow that I don't think it matters, you know. I'm like the slowest hardcore leveler in existence. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anyone has leveled to 60 slower than I have in this challenge. Like, it's literally been 37 days played, and we're still not there. Now, sure, there's a lot of levels. Like, we've done over, 350 levels. Maybe even 400 at this point, but it's still the slowest level 60 challenge ever. But I said when I first made the challenge, this is gonna be a long one. Gonna take some time. One of those shamans and leave each other. When you put on Bestial Wrath, but then the Growl resists anyway. Unlucky. A lot of mobs are respawning. Wandering around. Call them the Wanderers. Could be like Deadwood Wanderer. Do not chain lightning E. I would not appreciate it. Nice. Little ritual totem. Don't know about getting to neutral on this character anytime soon because we only just got to unfriendly. It's not like on Grocket where I was already halfway done. So we'll see if that quest ever actually completes. I'm sure we'll be grinding some like Furbolgs and Windspring at some point, but yeah, it's not going to be like a priority. Especially on the Hunter, because we can just go and do like Eastern Plague Lane like that. Thank God I actually got the Marrow Grain. I'm gonna do an aim shot. $477. See, I was expecting like 700 damage from aim shot because it says increases range damage by 460. Doesn't seem to increase the fucking range damage at all. Like, we got a 477. That means I did 10 range damage? Like, what do you mean? Increases range. Fine. Hurry up, Grim. Got an asshole on us. Not cursed right now. Fellas do be respawning fast. I don't remember how many of the soul shards I need, but it'd be nice to get that done. Hello, Jefficus Meticus. How are you? How are you, and how are you feeling about all the Final Fantasy news? Because I'm interested. I saw some of the changes and I'm like, maybe it will be a good time to jump back in and check it out. Two 10 watches over there. Grab this one and then pull it back. Can't fit under that tree, too faint. Dwarf needs a diet. Saw that new patch in Final Fantasy came out last night as well. It's pretty cool. I was watching Xenosis Vex do the Extreme. It didn't seem that challenging, honestly. I think they cleared it in like 30 minutes. But it's just an extreme. When you're like full burst from the latest Savage, it's not like they're a challenger. You are undertaking a quite relaxed biological activity. Okay. My brain can't read. Sometimes. You know what's fucked up about that too? Not being able to read correctly. My friend and I have been playing Windrose, and every time we stumble across like a giant wall of text that he doesn't want to read, he's like, hey, read this. You just want me to go full on dyslexia display, don't you? Can't believe it. Three more revenges. So 2 more after this and 2 more Dean Watch. Oh. Yeah, that is... I think that's why they slow roll in evolved mode, you know? Because like, we don't want to bring it out and everyone hate it. So let's just leave what we have now, but also roll that out. So people can try out both. See what they like. See what they prefer playing. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm definitely thinking. Because I mean, WoW kind of done that this expansion, you know, getting rid of add-ons. Getting rid of them. Yeah, right. Because all the good guilds still have them. But they also simplified combat. And some people aren't really happy with those changes, but they don't have a safety net. They've removed it. So WoW went full in on it. Final Fantasy's like, let's just take a more measured approach. People love Gacha game UIs. I'm kind of interested in seeing how the whole main tank, off tank shit will happen. Because as a Gunbreaker main, when I was raiding anyway, I was okay with being the off tank. But I guess some people want to be the main tank. I never cared. If I can sit there and not take damage, but do tons of damage because I'm not taking damage, I'm like, hell yeah, brother. Let me be the off tank, you know? Yeah, I think next expansion, even with the change, they're probably still gonna be able to, like, let's say you have a Gunbreaker and a Warrior, you'll still be able to have one of them as the main tank. I don't know if it will be as big of a deal as people are, like, we haven't really heard anything about it, right? That's why I'm thinking it will be interesting to see how it works, but I don't think it will be like an absolute massive thing. Where's this guy running away? I'm pulling it back so it doesn't call out. I'm not pulling it back so you have to fight it. Warrior off tank is pretty funny though to think about, because Warrior is like the OG tank, you know? Plus they do all the healing. Like they're the healing tank. That quest is done, dealt with. But yeah, as a Gunbreaker, I'm like, this doesn't really change anything for me. I was already trying to be the off tank all the time so I could focus on my rotation. Because while main tanking on Gunbreaker while also trying to pump damage, it's like, I got so much shit to think about. I don't want to think about shit, I just want to pump damage. Probably won't wear this. We'll just take the money. Speak to Salfa. We can do that now. Oop. Evolved or kick. Yeah, depending on what is easier, right? I think Party Finder will gravitate towards what is easier. Like, let's say Evolved is easier to do than Reborn because there's less to think about because your buttons are all consolidated or whatever. Party Finder's probably going to be like, you have to be evolved. Only evolved players can play with us. No reborners. Yeah, I don't know if they can make one stronger, like, and still have the other actually work, though. That's the problem. Like, we're MMO gamers. We will always play what is the best. If one way is better, it's like legacy movement versus standard movement. If you're a WoW player, you gravitate towards standard movement, but legacy movement is just leagues ahead of standard. When you can figure out how to actually use legacy, you don't want to play the other. But it's going to be even worse when it's like a DPS increase. I'm running with one hand right now. I only have a strafe key. Speaking of movement. I've been talking about it, like going back and playing Final Fantasy again with a few friends, and you know, with the changes coming in next expansion, maybe it's a good time. Because I would like to just get a static together of friends and just casually prog. Maybe do some ultimates in the future if they get good at the game. But it really depends. Depends what other people want to do, because I don't really want to play with a bunch of randos. The bunch of randos that I played with last time I was playing, they were good at the game. They were okay. But I'm a casual dad boomer gamer now, you know. I don't have a child, but I'm still a dad boomer gamer. I'm like the dad boomer gamer just because it's my generation. They're the dad boomer gamers. Played Pragmata. I have heard good things about that game, like the reviews are looking pretty good. We'll leave that cleansed song flower for someone who actually needs it. We're a superior hunter, we don't need that shit. But the problem with Pragmata is right now it's $120. So even if it is a good game, even if it's like the best game ever made, I don't want to spend $120 on a video game. My expenses for this year are going to be higher than they generally are because I've got to spend $4,300 on school. Gonna get even worse next year onward because it would be $10,000, but yeah, spending $120 on a video game when I have those sort of expenses looming, it's like, nah. They still haven't sent me an invoice, so I still haven't paid, but it is coming. I know a lot of weirdos have been saying weird stuff about Pragmata, which is always fun, isn't it? You can't make a video game without weirdos talking about it these days. Like back in the day, you would play a video game that had a child in it and it would just be a normal video game. But now it's like, it's weird. The strange time that we live in. How many of these things do I need? I don't know, don't tell me. Yeah. Social media is like one of the worst things when it comes to weirdos having an opinion on the internet. That's why I don't really use it. But it's very hard to like not hear things. Because I'm on Discord, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitch. You hear things. Even if you're not using Twitter and all that other bullshit, you're gonna hear about it. It's basically impossible to not have some form of social media in your face at some point, even without certain like platforms. But we had this discussion a few weeks ago, didn't we? When I play a video game, I just play the video game, you know, unless it is like a weirdo video game that I don't want to play, sure, but I don't think Pragmata is anything weird. It's just a father and a daughter, basically. There's nothing inherently evil about being a father to a daughter. It's the weirdos that make it weird. Alright, we've got a rogue and a shadow stalker here, so hopefully that rogue doesn't pull, and hopefully that Falsehorn doesn't. But that's another thing that, like, why the feminist movement of, like, recent times has been awful for humanity, because, like, even going outside with your daughter these days as a father is a risk. It's basically the same sort of thing. I remember I went to the store with my niece one time because my sister was taking my nephew to the doctor and my niece was like bored and wanted to go shopping. So I went into the supermarket with my niece, right, to go buy her some stuff. Just get a toy or whatever to make her not bored. And even then I was like worried about people, because you do get looks when you're a dude in a supermarket with a child. And that's kind of sad that that happens. You can't go anywhere as a male if you've got a child with you and not get weird looks these days. Sucks. Alright, Grim, I will send you in on this Falsehorn first, so I don't need to take the egg one. I was like, alright, I'm gonna go into the supermarket, I'm gonna buy a toy, whatever she wants. We're using her mother's credit card, so it doesn't matter to me how much money we want to spend. And then I'm gonna get out of there as fast as possible, because I don't want to be in there with a bunch of weird people judging me. Like, I'm just a normal dude chopping with my niece, you know? But I have seen some things on the internet that fathers have had to deal with just because they're like out shopping without their wife. But they have their children. Like, the world is pretty fucked up when you have to worry about that. Which is sort of on the same vein as a game like Pragmata. Which is why I brought the topic up. I would say modern day feminism has brought the world back many years. And so have weirdos on the internet. I don't think there's a stealth guy here. Might just be the 2000 one. Let's give it to him. Done this one so Grim takes less damage, so I don't need to do a heal. Okay, there is a stealth mob, it's just a little bit further up. But we are under. But yeah, if I had, like, let's say I'm a father to a daughter, you know, and I have to go out shopping or whatever with her and her mother isn't there. Like, I feel for those men that have to do that. Because it's always a scary thing to have to do. Like, you're not scared for any reason other than the fact that some crazy lady or even man these days might give you a weird look. And it's like, that's enough to like be like, I don't want to do this anymore, you know? So I'm glad I don't regularly have that situation. There do be some crazy people out there these days. And their brains are cooked. Thankfully, as a single male who pretty easily just invisibly blends into the crowd. Like, sometimes I go out and I just don't even think people see me, which is great, honestly. I might get a little gaze here and there from some people, like checking me out or whatever. Because naturally, I'm an okay looking dude. I think. Compared to other people of my age. Because, you know, I've had a pretty stress-free life. But I can walk through a crowd and feel invisible as well. And I don't have any children, so I don't have any of that stuff going on. So there are days where I can literally walk through town, not see anyone, not talk to anyone, and just be incognito. And that's perfect. That's how I want it to be, you know? Why did he gouge Grim even though he was attacking me? That's fucked up, man. Like, I should have been the main target to be gouged. Glad I popped the stun right at that same time. I remember going to the beach once, and I was walking through, like, there were two families walking towards each other, and I was in the middle of them. And it's like I wasn't even there, you know, they were just walking towards each other, and they almost crashed into me. Like, maybe I am invisible. But I don't mind, eh? Being invisible is a strong power. Like, you know, some people hate being invisible in real life because they want attention for whatever reason. But I'm like, man, if I'm invisible, that's like a superpower because I don't need to talk to anyone. That is great. Thankfully, because Grim is big and red, he cannot be gouged. Or slow and poison. Done worked. Slow and poison is pretty ace. But I think that's the most invisible I've ever felt, when two families were walking towards each other to talk to each other. They were just talking through me, and they almost, like, collided into me. And I felt okay about it. Like, I was like, you know what? I don't even care. It's like, for me, that's the perfect outcome. I'm just here to go to the beach and chill out. I don't want to talk to people. There's nothing that can ruin my day more than someone trying to talk to me when I don't want to talk to people, you know? Which is why I also don't talk to people if they're out alone. And I think that is probably one of the worst things that humanity is doing right now, not talking to people. But as someone who hates when I get talked to, if I'm just out relaxing alone, I understand it. Sometimes we just want to be left alone, and you never know when people want to be left alone. So I just leave people alone in general. A lot of people carry like bad days around with them or whatever, you know. You don't want to get involved. Alright, I should make my way out of this death trap before mobs start respawning. We need to kill a lot more satyrs still. But I do not want to be locked into this. It's basically a cave, you know, there's one way in, one way out. There is another way, but it's a little bit of a journey. But back to Final Fantasy XIV, I am potentially going to be playing next potentially. It really depends though, because I also want to start doing a bachelor's next year, right? Which isn't gonna leave me a lot of time, but I was looking at the tombstone changes, like they're basically getting rid of them, and I'm like, that might free up a lot of that time management. If I have to do less to get more out of a video game, that's pretty good. Gonna be a double mob. Yeah, when it comes down to it, Final Fantasy is all about potency, isn't it? The higher the potency, the higher the damage. That's... That's why I play classes like Gunbreaker. Double down, higher potency. I don't know if they got even more potency this expansion, because I have not even cared to look. But I'm assuming I wouldn't be that far away if there was a double down. Triple down. Quad down. Like a fucking continuation on double down, you know? I will say though, when I was watching like people prog on Gunbreaker this expansion, I do not like the new animations. Like their floaty ear animations, I do not like them. So if we could potentially get rid of those before I play again, that would be nice. Do not want Grim to have cripple and slow and poison on, so done that. We have all the roads on. Yeah, maybe there should be an IQ test before you can do that, you know? We would die out as a species, but maybe it would be for the best. I don't think the Shadow Stalker should fall. But he might. Oh, nice. Hunter's so easy. I can just have a nice stretch, close my eyes, and it's, you know, the same thing. Oh, felt like I needed that though. It was good. Nice euphoric feel through the body. You know when you just stretch and like your whole body's just like, ah, yes, I need that. That's the good shit. Get stunned, nerd. Don't know if you've looked at Windrose, the pirate game that recently hit early access. I've been playing that with a friend of mine. Pretty much just started, but I've already put 12 hours or so in. I don't generally like buying early access survival type games because, you know, they're really dime in the dozen and sometimes they just stay early access forever. You're an MMO player? Well, I'm an MMO player as well. But you're right, sometimes there's different, like, journeys for MMO players. When you're first starting out playing MMOs, you don't really know other genres exist. I played World of Warcraft for so long that I never really experienced other video games until many years into it. That's why I didn't play games like Mass Effect, Trilogy, or Ori until recently. Because there was too much World of Warcraft. So I get what you're saying. I'm a more refined MMO player now. Like, I only play them when they're, you know, a fine wine vintage. Like, they need 20 years of just being old before I play them. Also was meant to do some Baldur's Gate 3 with my friends this weekend, but one of them ghosted me. And then last night he responded and he said, I did not see that message. And I'm like, mate, you literally responded to my message above that message and then just forgot that we were having a conversation. But he did say he was sick this weekend, so I'll give him a little bit of leeway. You know, maybe his brain wasn't working. But we didn't get to play any Baldur's Gate. So we played Pirate Game instead, my friend and I, instead of waiting for our other friend to play Baldur's Gate with. I'm used to it though. Sometimes, like nowadays, I don't care that much. Like, I'll talk to someone, but then if they randomly just stop talking back or, you know, whatever, I will just leave the conversation and let them pick it up. I don't like carrying conversations anymore. Because I did it for so many years that I just won't talk to someone for like 5 years if that's the case, you know. I can then talk to them again after those 5 years have passed if they want to talk, but I'm not gonna carry it.
May the stars guide you.
But there's probably been a lot of friends that have been lost that way. But I'm too old to be, like, sticking around doing that sort of stuff now, you know? Big experience. Now I'm going to drop this item. Don't want it anymore. We'll keep the 8 things that we have, just in case we never use them. We never use. We could never use them. Might actually just put it deep in the inventory, honestly. Along with this totem. I don't think that's going to be used anytime soon. A good amount of rune cloth. The hunter doesn't really need bandages that often. Like, maybe we'll use one every now and then. But yeah, I have a conversation that I was having with someone on Facebook. You know, we were having a good chat, and then it ended after I said something about what I was doing that day, because they asked, and then they never responded. So it's been sitting there for 3 months. Like, well, I'll let you respond when you want. It's kind of funny how that happens, you know? People are just so open to, like, ghosting for no reason. Like, you literally ask a question, I answer the question and say what I'm doing, and then, you know, maybe ask about what you're gonna be doing, and then nothing? Okay. But I know they are busy with life. They got children, they got, you know, wife, all that sort of stuff going on, work. That's kind of the thing. When you're in your 30s, you expect other people to be busy all the time, so it's like shit gets in the way and you forget. But also, I don't want to carry everything, so don't. I also have things to do. But that's just one example that I can think of recently. The nose drop a core of earth. I'm gonna go try do this quest. And the flute quest. Be nice too, because that's big experience gains. But, you know, it is the grief ball quest, so we'll see. However, if I do get griefed, it is good for video content. It just won't be very good for my rogue's gearing. I'd like to get, you know, the wicked leather headband on. All that sort of stuff. But we'll see. See if anyone's up here. Ah. Sorry, I've been streaming 2.5 hours of World of Warcraft. It's tiring. Especially on the Hunter. But, you know, we're getting up there. Well, it looks like another duo was here questing. Which means I'm gonna have to wait for respawns. Including this fella. However, knowing that they killed it, makes me a little bit less worried about bad happening. I'm gonna pop literally everything against this guy though. I'm gonna fucking just blast it as hard as I can. I don't want any chances, you know? Like when we do it on the rogue, I'm gonna lock it down. Make sure he can't even have an opportunity cast anything. Bam. Oh yeah, Formula One's back this weekend. It's been 5 weeks. Thanks, Mr. Orange. Very happy that you make the world suffer for your narcissism. Amazing that someone can do that in 2026. But finally, Formula One's gonna be back. Get that guy, Grim. Waiting on the respawn anyway. He put me in the fire? Thankfully it's a cast, so he just sits there casting while I keep shooting. Get wrecked. That's me in the fire. That's just being a WoW player. How caller. Yeah, pull it back here. But I don't want to use intimidation. I want to use it on this guy. Alright. Can I pull this betrayal without pulling? We'll set up in our chair, because, you know, we're gonna be locked in. Just in case, if I see a mind control cast. Light a balloon! Alright, let's do it. Blasting absolutely everything against him. I don't want any shenanigans. Dealt with. Even blasting absolutely everything though, like the hunter damage is so little. It's just one of those death by 1,000 cuts classes, you know? It does not pump right now. It can pump, but it does not. I think after I finish these quests, I might take a break. Either that or maybe I just... It depends on how long the quests take. Feeling a little bit hungry. Need some sugar. Something like that. Something to give me some energy. I like how they curse me instead of cursing Grim. Like, I'm not gonna cast even, mate. Like, it's not gonna change anything. But I would like to get Foulwood done today. It's doable. Loser. If we can get Foulwood done, then tomorrow we can just head like straight to Ajara. And then do all the... Maybe I do all the flying around after Foulwood. Yeah, I guess it's worth streaming until we're done with all the bullshit. Just makes the next stream better. Not having to fly around 30 minutes when we first start. You know? Haven't had any of the braces. Not great. Definitely one of my favorite things on Hunter is right at the end of the enemy's cast, you press Feign Death. And it's just like the biggest troll ever, you know? It's like, oh, he died. Oh, I can't attack him now with my fireball that I just spent 2.8 seconds casting. I guess I better cast a new one. Wait, he got back up? That's fucked. As someone who has done a lot of like PvP in WoW throughout the years, not any time recently, like the last 10 years probably not much, but before that, yeah, I used to PvP all the time. But I have definitely fallen for a Feign Death once or twice in my time playing WoW. I think everyone has, you know. A hunter just falls over when they're very close to dying, and maybe you got a crit and you're like, oh, he's dead. And he's like, no, he's not dead, he's fake. Like, I once had a hunter Feign Death on 2% as I was doing an auto attack, and I was like, that auto attack should have killed them. And then he got up like 5 seconds later after being healed. I'm like, it's fucked. But Feign Death, like, you can still... Normally when you mouse over someone, it's like this, right? But if they're Feign Deathed, you still have the sword on the screen, and that's how you can tell. But sometimes when they're in the head the moment, You don't really think about it. Got a cleave. And I parried it. But I think everyone who's ever done PvP in World of Warcraft has probably at one point fallen for a feign death. Especially in vanilla WoW before everyone knew everything about the video. Used to fall for that shit all the time, people. Myself, I was the one doing it. I used to feign death in front of people and they were like, run past. Like, oh, I died. Then I'd run away. Bandage. Behind a house or something, you know? Good times. Finally. Starting to think they didn't exist. Hunter doesn't have like great AoE. We've got multi-shot. And I can like put Serpent Sting on other mobs, but compared to like Rogue, even Warrior or Sweeping Strikes. But very compared to Rogue, like there's no AoE in this class. Volley exists, but I did not train it because it is a waste of mana. Like, what does max rank volley do damage-wise? 80 arcane damage to enemy targets within 8 yards every second for 6 seconds. So, if you have like 100 targets on the screen, sure, it does damage, but otherwise, 80 damage is fucking minuscule. But I was thinking about that just now because it's kind of hard to do some of these pre-pack camps. Like, I could probably do it, but it would just not feel good. Because it would just be single targeted anyway, right? Maybe I should do the flute escort after we've done some winter spring stuff. Then we get 2 birds, 1 stone. That's good thinking, me. Am I thinking what I'm thinking? I think I am. That's not how it went, but that's pretty much my fault right now. Anyone remember bananas in pajamas? I do. There was one called B1 and one called B2. Wait, these guys have mind control? I never knew. The first one that's actually casted as well. Killed 8 of them. Yeah, Bananas in Pajamas was a weird show. Good resist. Sun didn't go off for like 1,000 years. That stun took so long to cast. I do want to do this. No, mob hand. Get in there, Grim. blast their heads off. Then we can get to those hell calls. Be done with the hell calls. Oh. Bananas in pajamas coming down the stairs. If Matt, you probably don't know what I'm talking about, do you? You're too young for that. Sonic Rune. That's a Boomer TV show. That's the cartoon that was on. Well, it's not even a cartoon, really. It's more of an animated series, but they're just people walking around in banana suit. Yes. But it's not even an animated series. Boomer TV. There should be a TV station called Boomer TV. And it's just like old people Netflix, you know, like Titanic and all that sort of stuff. I guess Netflix probably has all that, but like Boomer TV can take over. There's Beavis and Butthead and old South Park episodes, old Simpsons. Like it would be fire. The Simpsons, 1980. Need one more betrayer. Thankfully, managed to get all of the other things. They didn't drop quickly, but they did drop. Grizzly bear. Grizzly bear, grizzly weir. Another demonic room. How's Warhammer looking today? What's the population like? A lot of distro again. I don't know why. I switched to distro, right? Because I wanted to, you know, fight against all the order because I was having a boring time just player versus Doring all the time on order. But now, after switching to distro, it seems like everyone else had the same idea. Because the population is always in distro's favor, it seems. I'd still say player skill and gear level is in order's favor a lot of the time. But I think it's evening out, because, well, we're all hitting 40 now. I've definitely gotten better over my time playing distro. Like, if I ever went back to order, I would be much better than I was when I was playing there. But I don't know if that will happen. I'm having a lot of fun playing with the people I'm playing with. And that's the main thing that matters in a video game that is nearly 20 years old and on a dead private server. As long as you're having fun with the people that you're playing with, why do you need anything else? $50,000 experience to go. We're gonna get a good amount of experience just for handing in these quests, because I think it's like 16k. And then we just gotta fly around a bit. Go do some stuff down here. Go around and then probably back up to Ashenvale and log out. So I think when I'm flying from Ashenvale to Tanaris, should be a long enough flight where I can take a short break and grab something to eat. Go for a toilet. Then we'll just do all the rounds down there and be done for the day, I think. So we'll probably end up like somewhere between 20 to 30k experience away from leveling. My guess. So next stream, 55 should come quickly. Be in Azara, get Azara done before we go to the Plague Lands. Once we're at the Plague Lands, you get a level pretty quickly there generally. So we should be 56. Also some Winter Spring to be done. I think we're looking okay on Rugen to 58. I don't even know if we'll have to worry about doing Eastern Plague Lands, but I am down if we have to. I mean, we'll eventually have to do Eastern Plague Lands, but yeah, this leg, not sure. We shall see. By the seashore. Plus we have about 5k experience left to hand in oh yeah, I gotta go Darnassus first. Shit, didn't remember that part. But we got, I think it's 5800 XP in Ironforge from a quest hand in as well, so looking okay. We'll hand that in when we go back to Eastern Kingdoms. I don't think I'm gonna use these agility parts. Like maybe right at the end of leveling this character. They're not that important, we've got bigger ones and mongoose elixirs now. It's just not much reason to, right? Go support Alpha. I really kinda wish Blizzard would do Season of Discovery re-release. Not speed it up, if anything, slow it down. Like, let level 25 breathe for like 6 months, you know. Level 25 Season of Discovery was the best. Man raiding. Easy to do all the content, easy to get like your best gear. There was a set like Prebus for the raid, and then the raid had even better gear. PvP was good. They one-shotting people on a balance druid. Like the Ashenvale event sometimes sucked ass, but when it was good, it was amazing. It was like Warhammer Online in a way, you know. You're fighting with over 100 people on the map. No body blocking. It was pretty okay. Body moving, body grooving. When I say body blocking, that's the first thing I thought. Song. So we'll fly to Darnassus, and then we're gonna come back. But I guess we don't really need to right away. Just to get the flute. Doo-doo-doo. I think next stream, because we'll be hitting up a Jara right away, we'll probably level while we're there. And I guess we will go... No, we do Plague Lanes for 4 wins. Yeah. Generally, right? Yeah. Trying to remember my route. I have already been to the Plague Lanes a little bit on this character. We were fucking around with that level 56 rare when I was level 50. Maybe 51. Couldn't kill it because it was level 56 and scary, but I think I could kill it now. Grim is halfway through 52. I don't think Grim will beat me to 55 to get to 53, but she should be able to catch up at 55 to get to 54. If she's just 1 level behind instead of 2 or 3, that's much better. But we're not going to slow down on the quest handings just to let Grim catch up. If she can't catch up, she can't catch up. It is what it is. It's all because we tamed a rash Ephes. Do I go down Isis now? Or
What
end?
brings you here?
Feel like we do it at the end because we're going to be coming back up here.
Good luck, friend.
So I think it's Tanaris now. Go do
I'm
Aquamentus.
listening.
That's going to be a 9-minute flight. So I'm going to take a short AFK break, get something to eat, go toilet. And I will be back. Seems like autofocus might be on my camera. Yeah, that's why it's flat. Shouldn't be. Yeah. Or is. That's probably why it's been a bit weird recently. The problem is, Logitech updates suck ass. So whenever Logitech updates my keyboard, mouse, and my webcam, all Logitech, I have to reinstall the fucking program because every update, for whatever reason, doesn't install properly until I uninstall the program and then reinstall it. I don't know what intern is making Logitech updates, but they suck. Like, you shouldn't have to uninstall something to update it. Imagine if you had to uninstall Windows. Like, as shit as Windows is, imagine if you had to uninstall it every time there was a Windows update. Like, manually. And that's pretty much how I feel about Logitech right now. Alright. Just gotta go to Aquamentus while we're down here. Go beat his ass. And then we fly to Ungaro. We hand in the quest. We're not gonna worry about this just yet. Then we go to Silithus. We hand in this quest. And then we go to Feralis. We hand in this quest. And okay, we're actually got to go to Darnassus. We've already handed in this one. But we will be going to Darnassus after that, so that's fine. We're doing a full loop. Getting the flying out of the way at the end of the stream is definitely the best. We're already winding down, right? So. Oh, nice. It's a nice, beautiful, sunny day today. Makes me kind of want to go outside after stream. But it depends. Like, if the boys start playing some Warhammer Online, then I want to do that. I've got to enjoy these next 2 months of video gaming that I have ahead of me, because after that I'm gonna be in school and I'm gonna have, like, you know, homework or whatever. Maybe some real life situation, who knows? So if the boys are ever playing Warhammer and it's a good time for me, I'm gonna get in on me. Definitely. Oh, scared me. I knew there was rogues around here, but I was like so relaxed. Whenever I'm relaxed, and if a mob like jumps out of nowhere, it just jump scares me every time. It's kind of like in real life, you know? Because I'm generally relaxed when I'm outside, walking around. If someone like turns a corner or like comes out of a driveway or something. No, I didn't expect them. I sometimes get a jump scare. I once rounded a corner and this other man also rounded the corner at the same time and we both got a jump scare. It's funny. We were both like, oh. Sorry, mate. Hey, at least we both got scared. Found each other on equal footing. A lot of foot locker. I don't think I trained my lockpicking skill here, did I? Skipped it. I went to the Badlands and then Searing Gorge. Here's the item. Book. Get Grimail. This guy's probably immune to poison. I have to assume. Once again, though, you don't actually have to kill him, but you know, he starts attacking me. He's not immune to poison. If he starts attacking me, he's getting fucking killed. Just the way it is. Once again, that's just the way it is. Some things will never change. If Aquamentus attacks me, he's dead. Now the hardest jump in the video game. You're on a fuck it. It would be impossible to do that jump in Warhammer Online. Now there's a cheese there. But I will leave it for the lobies. You know, maybe there's a Staff of Jordan in there or something, but you know. I think we've made it to the point where a Staff of Jordan would still be a really good upgrade. But it's not like it would have been if we were in our 40s. So we're not going to worry. What we don't know does not hurt us. Now if I see a diff, or not a diff clip, like a, say I run past a chest, right, and someone goes and loots it, and they get an item, and on the clip I see my character run past there, then it would hurt us. Imagine being part of like hardcore death clips, just running by something cool happening. Back when hardcore first came out, I definitely had some moments like that. You know, there were people in Westfall dropping left and right, and I was seeing them everywhere. But I never saw myself in any of those videos, but it would have been crazy. Still never did that. Still worth 4,300 experience. Can't be bothered. Can he be bothered? So we'll leave it. Nice refreshing water. On a warm sunny day. Not sunny and warm in my room, sadly. It's like mediocre temperatures, like 12 degrees. Is how it feels. Don't even know what the temp is today because my speaking of Windows Update, my widget don't work anymore. You know where all like the temperature and the news go?
Great to meet you.
Just stopped working.
Safe travel.
So I don't even know what the temperature is. See. Gotta pull out the phone. "19 degrees. Not too bad. Celsius. Just in case I need to mention it. Not 19 Fahrenheit. I don't even know if that can be possible. It'd be, you know, freezing cold. Celsius. The correct measurement of temperature. Let's not make things convoluted with like 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, what the fuck? If cold, cold. But it's kind of funny when it gets down to like 0 degrees Celsius and then you tell someone from America it's 0 degrees Celsius. They're thinking like, oh, it's freezing, it's snowing, but it's not. Like the freezing can start happening, yeah. Especially overnight. But it ain't snowing, it's not like it's minus. Like, I heard a conversation about that once. I'm like, yeah. Guys got a lot to learn. If you ever want to get out there and see the actual world outside of Freedom Land. Freedom Land. It's ironic, isn't it?
Good day to you. Very good. Very well then. Be seeing you. You have a great day now.
Experience just talking to people. And then we probably won't do Blaze Runner. I feel like the Hunter might be able to solo Blaze Runner, but not this League of the Medley. We're only going to 58. I feel like I'd want to be at least 59, you know. Just to have the best chance. But maybe it's a way for Rugen to earn some
Very good.
some notoriety
All right,
or
off and away.
a good death.
Very well then.
Trying to solo Blaze Runner.
What's up? Hurry back!
Insert wand. Why would you insert a wand? Trifling gnome. Your arrogance will be your undoing. I guess we'll pick up Moontouch Wildkin while we that quest is gonna send me down here as well, but that's okay. We'll do it when we come down here to quest. That's the problem. Like, you get a lot of quests to go places, and then you get more quests to go places after you've been to places. World of Warcraft questing is all over the place. Is what it is. Ugh. Oh, me. Oh, I hurt my wrist. On that stretch, I hurt my wrist. Stretched so hard, my wrist got... I don't know.
The winds guide you. May the eternal sun shine upon you.
Well met.
On 2k EXP. Maybe I should just buy the beast water now. I've got 5 of each, so just replace our water with that water. Making new weavers.
Be careful.
Do a cloth turning as well, somewhere. Have I done the Darnassus one? But we're still flying up there. I guess when we go back to Ironforge to hand in the quest that we have before Plague Lands.
Can I assist you?
12-minute flight, by the way. Strapping, boys. We're going to the moon, literally. Need that anymore. So we'll go down Asus. Do the WoW, hand in the marrow grain. Actually, we're not going down Asus yet. We're going to Forellis. Hopefully, this flight goes to Forellis and doesn't skip it. I don't remember where it was going exactly. It might have been going up here. I forgot a step. That's like 1500 experience. This is why people use the rest of the XP guide. They don't need to think, they just fly. They click the flight master, it takes them. Yoink. Looks like Order is ahead on population now. Potentially good. If I do log into Warhammer tonight, I want to have a fight. This weekend was pretty boring overall. There was some okay battles, but then they all logged out. So I didn't even play 2 days. So no, not worth it. Trees at the top from afar look like a spear, you know, like a trident. Got the thing there and then the big point. I never really looked at them that closely, but yeah. Maybe that's how they modeled the trees. They just put tridents at the top of the tree. Kind of funny, because all of them have it. Interesting. Wonder if those ones do. Fly up there in retail and have a look. I mean, trees in classic WoW are pretty ugly. They do be pretty ugly. They leave a lot to be desired on the eye. Then this, put more XP.
listening. Goodbye, dear knight.
Nice. No stun, get it.
Greetings. Till next.
To be fair though, I've been yakking hard. Alright, now to Darnassus. Nine minutes. Get all this stuff done and then go back to Eschenvale and log out. It should be around 3 PM. Then I will go and chill. After handing in things, we're probably like 10 or so thousand away from leveling. Gonna be even closer than I thought. I was 20 to 30k my guess, but we're currently 20 to 30k. And we're gonna go here, hand this stuff in, and then we'll be heading back here to hand in. It's like 10k experience. Still got stuff to hand in here. Then also Ironforge. I'm not gonna go back to Ironforge today, but it's looking pretty good. Hunter was always going to be relatively easy to level, just a little bit boring, right? And it is. It is a little bit boring. Some would say a lot boring. Especially compared to the Fire Mage that we just leveled 57. Even the Ret Paladin to 56, like we started doing some good damage on that. Boomkin is definitely better than the Hunter. Rogue is leagues better. The Priest better. So it really comes down to the Hunter and the Warrior in terms of like fun damage. And the Warrior does generally outperform. Now the Warrior is my favorite. Third favorite. It has my favor for different reasons. Being a warrior. Warriors are cool. Warriors are hard, you know? Especially if you're stuck with a whirlwind axe for 30 levels. Are we going to hit level 60 with a whirlwind axe? We'll see. But I think it's doable. I hope not, but I think it is. To be fair though, with the account found like potion buffs that we're able to get on the warrior, we have stats that are probably as good as having like a good green axe at level 50, you know? We can increase our crit by 2% plus agility, which is another crit anyway, so 3% crit. We got the big strength potion, like 18 strength. We got regen. So I feel like other than weapon damage, we're not losing too much. You could take your phone and watch the stream while you pee. Although, I generally don't use Twitch on phones. I think it's shit. Yeah. Even TV with just get ads 24/7 and no cool no cool emotes. It's okay though. We're not doing too much. But you could just wait like 15 minutes and then the stream's probably over anyway. Surely you can hold it. I got really good at holding my bladder when I was younger because I never liked using public restrooms. And I considered school as a public restroom, so I would just like go to school, not have a piss all day, and then come home and unleash. Probably not healthy for you, but that's how I did it. And still to this day, I don't like using public restrooms. Like, only when I really have to will I do it, you know? Why if I go out for dinner, I do not drink that much. I maybe have one drink, but I will not have more than one, because if I have more than one, I'll have to go toilet. And I don't want to use the public restroom. Kind of weird. Should I make some bandages before I fly out of Darnassus? Buy more water at some point. Can do that in Ashenvale, I guess. I have a... I can feel it right now. There's an eyelash that's becoming really long. I'm gonna have to cut that. When you get older, you know, some eyelashes become very long lashes instead of just chill. I guess it's an eyebrow, isn't it? Lash, but this guy here. Really long one, and I keep feeling it tickling me. One of those old age things. Oh. That felt good. Stretched the whole back. If I make bandages, we can either make bandages or we can just send them all to Melina, who will actually need bandages. Plus, if I do want to try and see if it's viable to go for the Night Saber, I'm gonna need a fuck ton of rune cloth. Like, thousands of it. I don't know the exact number, but I would say it has to be in the 1,000 at least. Love coming back to Taldrassil every time. You just hear the music, you're like, level another night elf from scratch. Easy. Not going to right now, but I could. Dr. Haley. Go this way, ending these quests first. And we'll go full up the water. You should have some. Yeah. Nice. Thank you. Dendritus. Dendritus. What's that name?
Elune be with you. Elune light your path. Be careful.
What's in the box? Got a shadow power elixir. Nice. Little elixir for Alia. Just blast some fools.
Speak quickly, young one. I have urgent matters to attend.
Down to talk to that guy. Then dry this. It's such a funny name.
I am honored. May the stars guide you. Good luck, friend.
Now let's Moonglade first. I don't think the stone shield potion is going to do much for us. Unless we want to increase our armor by 1,000. For whatever reason. I'm going to send it some. I'm also going to send orders for like I said. The reason I'm sending that potion to Lena is because I want to see if it
What brings you here?
will help with a certain goal that I have in the near future. Guess we can get rid of this pouch now. Actual. I don't think we have enough leather to make it here yet, but this is the goal for Rugen. Get to 280, oh yeah. What character are we on next? Fran, she's already done it. I think Lena might have already done it, so I guess Alia is the only one who needs Marrow Green now. One's loud ass can just went.
Hello.
Don't know why I turned American. Loud ass can. Like what? I would rather not think. Hello, Mr. Wisp. Checking me out. He's like, what are you doing in my moon well? Can you stop? Huh. I guess we might as well go and hand this in. While we're here. Huh. Flower. Kinda sleepy, actually.
Greetings. May the stars.
Feeling a little bit like tired, like I need a nap, you know? Probably just World of Warcraft though. Go have a shower after stream and I'll probably wake up. Time to put on your makeup. We're definitely beating Fran's time to 55 because we're basically, yeah. And we got 2 hours. It's not happening today, like I said, but we're gonna do it. Can't stop stretching and yawning. Help. A lot of people playing the Final Fantasy on Twitch. I just opened Twitch. Half the people on my follow list are Final Fantasy and up. Makes sense, I guess. I might, if I do go back, I might actually stream the Dawn Trail MSQ because I want to share the experience of all the bad things that I've heard about when I see them in real time. Like, I want to listen to Smile for myself and see when it's played, just to understand everything, you know. It's nails on a chalkboard, but I need to share the experience. I don't know when that will happen. Probably like, you know, November. Maybe December. Blast through all the Dawn Trail content before the new expansion. We will see. But smile and let yourself be free. Or whatever the fuck the word. I've talked about that song though. I think it would be an okay song if it did not have the main singer. Maybe she is an okay singer in other songs, I don't know, but not that song. Like the chorus in the background, everything, that's okay. It's just the main singer in that song scratches my ears off. Like, that's probably the one song in the history of music that I am just like, I wish I didn't have ears right now. Huh? In all the music's history in the entire world, that song is the one that's like, man, my ears do not deserve to be on my body. And I've heard some crap. But at least it's like, you can listen to it. There are some old songs from old video games that were very hard to listen. back when it was just like 8-bit bullshit. But that's like a whole different genre. That's not singing, you know. When the singing is that bad, that's like, oh, Jesus. Help.
You need something?
No. I don't need. Wondering why you're standing there looking at that bookshelf. An eye patch. One of my teachers in high school was like very blind, like he had to lean in to see things. Like he'd put a piece of paper up to his face this close so he could actually read it. I don't know if it helped, but I guess
Hello.
that's what he had to do.
Goddess, watch over you. Be careful.
But I always wonder, like, he was a PE teacher, so, you know, it wasn't like he had to teach anything like literature and all that. Just physical education. But I always wondered, it must have been like a struggle to become a teacher while being mostly blind. You know? Like, that would have been hard. Props to him. He was one of those physical education teachers that also wasn't a weirdo. So that's good. We definitely had one of those at our high school as well. He got fired. I was away on a camping trip, and I don't know if our principal was with us, but someone, maybe the deputy principal, told us that day that they had to fire one of our teachers because of, you know, stuff. Happened many years ago. So I don't need to talk about it now, but like, yeah, you gotta watch out. But thankfully the mostly blind PE teacher wasn't a weirdo. I liked him. I'm gonna go to Fairwood, hand in this quest. Gonna have me 10k experience, so we're gonna be 10k away from leveling. And then next time I stream, I will be going into Ajara. We will blast the leveling. I guess I'll do the hunter quest after doing this, because this will send me down here on the second part. Thundering Invader. Thunderan Invader. Thunder rain. It's another dwarf hunter. He's got the same facial hair and everything as me. Stole my identity. Imagine his name was Rugen 2. Be like, what the fuck? Or... yeah, I'm not going to say that. I've never read my name backwards until right now, but I'm not even gonna... That's fucked up. Not racist, but it's close. It's like that South Park episode. People who annoy you. Everyone remembers that one, I'm sure. I've only watched one South Park episode in like the last 10 years. It was a recent one. And before that, I think the last real episode that I watched was probably the World of Warcraft South Park episode. As someone who was playing World of Warcraft while that South Park episode was out, the way they portrayed us nerds, can't believe it. We don't shit in buckets. We shit in our hand and throw it in buckets. I've never done that. I've never once been like a degenerate gamer that hasn't been able to go to the toilet, you know. There are people that have, I know that, but I have never been one of them, thankfully. I cannot even imagine. Just like the video game being more important than having to go to the toilet. Like, I will hold my pee for a pee buff because you do play better when you need to pee. If you're like on your last attempt of the night in a raid boss and you need to pee, but you're like, alright, I got the pee buff ready to go, I'm gonna throw in this last attempt, you know? Then I'll hold it. But I won't piss myself while doing it. Like, I'm crazy. Even when I was playing like 18-hour days and like new WoW expansions, I would be like, alright, going to the toilet. It's not that hard, it's not that important to be there for an extra like 2 minutes, you know. Who cares if you're 2 minutes behind? Even when I was going for like server first paladin to level 85, I went toilet. That's probably what cost me. I went toilet 2 times, the other guy probably didn't. No, the only reason I got beat is because Blizzard forgot to turn on the Mount Hyjal experience when the expansion first came out. And my competitor did dungeons quests. We didn't have to worry about those non-experience quests. But it was a good competition, especially because it was only 5 levels. So it was like not a full night of playing, thankfully. I had enough in me to go and do 1 level on my warrior after I got my paladin to 85. Because I was like, I need more. I want to level more. Was interesting. I don't think they've done that since. Well, I guess they did at one point. They did 5 levels somewhere. I don't remember what it's been. But they've like squished all the levels now anyways. Maybe Keda? No, Keda is the one I'm talking about. Duh. Cataclysm is the expansion I am already talking about. Brain. Sometimes I am stupid. But yes, Cataclysm, we are leveling to 85. Maybe Cata. Duh. God, such a long run down here. And then we're still got to go to the inn in Ashenvale. It's going to be another like 5 minutes. But we're pretty much... yeah. Alright, talk to this lady twice, get 10k experience.
Goddess of joy.
May this evil aura be banished.
Elune be with you. Go in peace. Elune
Easiest
be
quest
with your
in the game. Just talk to the same mob that you just talked to and get 5k XP. And an escort, eventually. Pretty nice. Alright. Ashenvale in, and then I'm done for the day. Might go sit outside for like 10 minutes or something. It's a nice warm day. Do a walk around the backyard. And then see what happens this afternoon. $9,000 experience until 55. So if I stream tomorrow or Friday, probably tomorrow. I don't think I have anything happening tomorrow. Doesn't look like it. 55 should happen basically as soon as we start, which is good. I'd like to get to 56 this week. I don't know if I can do it in one day from here, but could be doable. Western Plague Lands. I don't know if it will be a full level in Western Plague Lands, that's the problem. Like, we might need to implement some Winter Spring. We'll see. I might need a nap. I think it's just the World of Warcraft Hunter gameplay that's putting me asleep, honestly. After getting Fire Mage, it's so hard to play this character after that. Like, that character's so much more fun. But at least we'll be on the Boomkin once we're done with the Hunter, because the Boomkin's also quite fun. And then we got Rogue, which is like the most fun. But I do love me some Fire Mage now. I think Rocket might have actually become like my second favorite character after. We'll see how Alia goes towards 60 though. But she also does some blasting. Now that we've got all the shadow spells. This beautiful Ashenvale. My home. There's one reason. As much as they would be an Order faction, I wish Wood Elves were part of Warhammer Online. Hang out in the lovely forests. Basically Night Elves. We got ways around it. There's a beer walk over the road. Yes. He's going to go shit in the woods on the other side of the road. He doesn't want to be near it, you know? He's heading over there. Kind of crazy when you're in higher level zones and you got mobs all over the place and they're all over the road as well, but then you come to a zone like this and it's like there's a few mobs off the way. Obviously over here you got some spiders, some bears, but you have to go searching for it. Never really feels like this when you're level 20. It feels like there's shit all over the place. You go to like the plague lanes and you got bears and wolves all over the place. Camping the road. Camping the quest givers. I don't know if there's bullets. Keep them. General goods might sell them. Probably some weaker ones though. Yeah. Not great bullets. Well, that's okay. We should have enough to get through Jara. Hopefully. If we run out, punch. But I think I'm gonna leave it there for today. Close to 55. Again. The 3 level 55s. So. Yeah. I'll see if I'm back tomorrow. I should be. Like I said, I don't have anything scheduled. There's no work or anything for me, so tomorrow and Friday should be okay. Be nice to get to 56. And then hopefully play a little bit more next week and be able to move on from that. Like, Rugen's cool. I like him. You know, he's a great dwarf and beard and everything, but boring. But anyways, I'll see you guys when I see you next. Have a good night or day, depending on where you are in the world. And, yeah, we'll get to 55 tomorrow or something. If I wake up, maybe I'll sleep in. But I'll see you guys when I see it. Damn, that was fast.